Test 1, 2.
Thank you.
Is it good?
Yes, sir.
All right, that goes. Now I'll try it again. I messed with stuff. Good. All right.
This is your 3-minute warning. Please find your seats. This meeting is now called to order. Director Wilburn is on an excused absence. Roll call, please.
Director Payne,
Aye, or here. I'll start with here.
Director Tripp,
Here.
Director Waldrop,
Here.
President Shandy.
Here. The Pledge of Allegiance tonight will be led by our wonderful Woodman Roberts students, Tegan and Elijah. Please come forward and everyone stand.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Wonderful job. Thank you so much, Tegan and Elijah. You may be seated. All right, welcome so much to our board meeting tonight. We're excited to start our gathering by celebrating outstanding faculty, staff, and students of D20. Their hard work deserves our recognition. So we encourage applause during this celebration. So let's get started. I will be administrating the oath of office to Miss Susan Payne. Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, Susan Payne,
I, Susan Payne,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will faithfully perform
that I will faithfully perform
the duties of the office
the duties of the office
of school director
of school director
as required by law
as required by law
and will support the Constitution of the United States,
and will support the Constitution of the United States,
the Constitution of the State of Colorado,
Constitution of the State of Colorado,
and the laws made pursuant thereto.
and the laws made pursuant thereto.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
We're going to take just a moment to take pictures.
I have to wait.
Yes, Director Payne needs to sign paperwork. All right, thank you so much for your patience. Tonight, we have Eagleview Middle School and Woodman Roberts Elementary School with us. Thanks for coming. Director Payne, can you please introduce Eagleview, please?
Sure. Eagleview Middle School. Want to talk about a few fun facts about Eagleview. 2025 is Eagleview's 4th consecutive year as the gold medal winner for middle schools in the Gazette's Best of the Spring recognitions. Eagleview students experience arts integration in their core classes, which sees them learn art standards alongside their core content standards. Eagleview is also proud of their Westside collaborations, whether it's partnerships for PLC late starts with their elementary feeders in Air Academy High School or their Lego robotics team mentoring elementary teams. They see their role as the hub of their Westside community. Eagleview is recognized as a Purple Star school in recognition of their commitment to supporting military students and families. Please join me in welcoming Principal Jamie Lester, Dr. Amanda Tremios, and students from Eagleview Middle School.
All right, thank you so much for having us. Again, I'm Jamie Lester, the principal at Eagleview Middle School. We do have a long tradition, as was mentioned in that sharing, that we have a strong military connection, and about 20% of our students in a given year are the students of military families. And so one of the things that we do occasionally is we hand out challenge coins, and we've been doing this since 2020. And so I have actually challenge coins for our entire board today. And on the back, you'll read that it says, "You soar," and this is our behavior matrix that we have at Eagleview. And you'll notice that all of these students will be demonstrating different aspects of this tonight. But we show safety, ownership, being actively engaged, and respect. And that's something we really do value in our school as we do our military connections there. So I wanted to make sure to share that with you, and we'll get these out to you here in a little bit. But I do want to start right off the bat by introducing Dr. Amanda Tremios, an absolutely amazing educator that I've had the pleasure of working with for the last several years. She was recently recognized here at a board meeting for her accomplishments. The Department of Defense has named her one of 30 nationwide teachers who are STEM ambassadors. And so we are thrilled that she is here to introduce our Lego robotics team tonight.
Fantastic. Thank you, Mr. Lester. Yeah, so I lead the robotics team. I'm the head robotics coach for Eagleview. And when I started at Eagleview 5 years ago, we had one team with fewer than 10 students. We now have 3 Lego robotics teams maxed out at 10 students each. And this year we started a rookie FTC robotics team. So now we own a program with more than 45 students during competition season and another 50 students during off season. So with our Lego robotics, their goal is they have to build a robot, code a robot, and then also solve a world problem. And so we have here with us tonight the Grobbers, who a couple weeks ago took first place at our regional championships. They compete this Saturday at state championships. Along with them, I have 2 8th grade Eagleview mentors who started in 5th and 6th grade. They now lead the FTC team, and they directly mentor our FLL team. So I'm going to start with Josh and Santiago. If you'll come up, let them through. And while they're coming up, will everybody else line up? It's the robot right there. And
Hi, I'm Joshua.
And I'm Santiago, 8th graders of Eagleview's new First Tech Challenge team.
We began our robotics journey in 5th and 6th grade last year, and we decided to take on the challenge of starting a new level called First Tech Challenge. And we built this robot from scratch.
We're excited to have placed 3rd, missing 2nd by 1 point at our most recent scrimmage, and looking forward to competing in our regional in January.
Along the way, we also mentored younger teams as they learned the engineering process to prepare to move up.
Tonight, we're proud to introduce Team Grobbers, our regional champions, and a team we're honored to support.
And in a minute, they'll also offer to let you drive their robot.
Hi. Hi.
Yeah, yeah. Okay. I'm Catherine Zupan. I'm the team leader of the Grobbers. I'm in the 8th grade.
I'm Charlie Delana. I'm in 6th grade and I'm the vice captain of the team.
What's poppin'? I'm Bharat Batra and I'm the principal solution lead and I'm in 7th grade.
I'm Luke Voget. I am in 8th grade.
I'm Mahathir. I'm the code co-lead and I also helped with innovation technologies. I'm in 7th grade.
I'm Zev Stein and I'm in 6th grade.
I'm Liam Rucker. I'm in 7th grade.
I'm Caden Bell. I am in 6th grade.
I'm Mason Perkio and I'm in 8th grade.
I'm Diego Ase. I'm in 6th grade.
So I would like to start with innovation. And after a few discussions with an archaeologist, we found that grave robbing is a very crucial problem. And so we decided to take the initiative and design our own products. And so we decided to make an LED that will light up. Then we decided to make PIR sensor, which is to detect people. We also made an underground sensor. And then finally, this is our finished product. And it does include solar panels and there are 3 PIR sensors.
So this is our completed camera system. This is a servo. It lets the camera go side to side. It just can turn 360. And this is the PIRs. The camera will turn whichever zone PIR activates. The PIR basically tells the camera to turn wherever anyone's detected. And that actually helps us with our problem statement, which is grave robbing. And so to give a real example, when someone walks by, the camera detects it and then just turns to the person and you can have a real-time view of it.
Okay, so I want to talk about our robot. This is our robot, which we took first place with at regionals competition with 280 points. These are some of the attachments we use for one of our starting missions. Some of them are the active ones, and these are some of the passive attachments. And yeah. And we'd like to show you our things if you'd like to look at them. We'd like to invite you and look
Okay,
at them.
we'll come up.
Yeah, going up.
The solar panels are in line with the capacitor, so they will make the LED. Yes. It's. The analogy we like to use is like if you imagine a water bucket filled with power, it'll constantly keep the solar thing running. This is our spare robot. Actually types through for support there. Yeah.
How about real days?
Thanks for sacrificing.
Very cool.
Very nice.
And this
Hey, don't answer. Yeah. You're gonna be very bad.
She's ready. All right. Break. And then it shoots out there. All right. Mason. 8. Thank you guys so much. Thank you. All right, so get out of the way. Show me yours. So this is our okay. And since we're gonna get our team, these are our faces. Since we really do feel passionate about it. Does that mean that they aren't attacking each other? Okay. And actually they are attacking each other? Okay, so that's you interested in. Oh, so we actually, the part of our school is like trophies displayed, and sometimes they display the robots, and also sometimes they like run around like robots. And I personally saw those, and I thought it'd be cool to join, so I joined. Just like creativity of the whole thing would be honestly amazing, so I love it. Yeah. Like the high school camp from the FBC and FRC helped us like program. We also had engineers teach us how to like so yeah, we got to meet a lot of people. It was an overall amazing success. So do you stay in that football? So it really depends if you make it to Worlds, because our thing runs through a semester first, because we made state dates this year and regionals. So if we didn't make it past regionals, it would have been 2 months ago, but since we made it to state and until now, but if we make it to Worlds, it will matter like every year. Yeah, we keep winning. It's the, I think it could be California, Texas, or Vermont. I'm pretty sure they finalized Texas. Really? I think it's, I think it was like 60% it could be in. You might get in, but if you're not in. It like gives me vibes. Yeah. Probably the best part. So basically it's a solar panel and it allows us to power all of that. And this servo, it allows for, it like stores the energy it gets from its heat and it powers it. So this is mainly the most important part of our television access. And honestly, it wouldn't work like this because it's very, it like makes energy not expensive and it also makes it so the way for like energy, and this way it's like free and it's the solar panel is inline capacitor allowing the LED to be lit. Yeah. And the reason why we chose the solar panel is because we found out that most archaeologists work in very different, and a lot of it is away from society, and so we thought that a solar panel would be a great outlet. This and basically it has like a limit where it thank you so much. So what to like so the solar panel is like Josh, did you tell me? So it's more like a never ending energy. We like to use the analogy of like a bucket full of water and then it constantly fills the bucket.
Thank you so much, Eagle View. Amazing. All right, Director Payne, will you please introduce Woodman Roberts Elementary School?
Woodman Roberts Elementary School, again a West Side school. Here's some fun facts about Woodman Roberts. The current Woodman Roberts building is its third location. The original location was the first elementary school in Academy School District 20. When the school transitioned from its second location, which is now the Nursing and Training Services of Colorado on Woodman Road, to the current location, the school actually had a whole school parade down Woodman Road, symbolizing the move. Some of the students rode horseback to the new site. Please join me in welcoming Principal Nate Hansen and the students from Woodman Roberts Elementary School.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you for having us here. Again, I'm Nate Hansen, the principal over at Woodman Roberts, and I brought a super great group of students with me today, and I'll introduce them in just a second. But before I do, just one thing at Woodman Roberts that we really believe: just learning doesn't stop at the door. We really emphasize our enrichments. We believe we kind of have a motto of unlimited opportunities for kids, for them to kind of really build connections within the school. Just discover their voice, build those leadership skills that we all want them to have. So we're proud that we offer over 25 enrichments throughout the school year. Today, we're only going to introduce 4 of them. We're actually going to piggyback a little bit off of Eagle View and robotics. We're also going to talk about student council, unified arts, and fourth one. And News Crew. So the great thing is you don't have to hear this from me. You're going to hear it from this great panel of students behind me. So I'm going to introduce them first. We're going to start with Tegan Debates, and she is going to talk about robotics.
Hello, my name is Tegan Debates and I'm in 5th grade. The Woodman Roberts First LEGO League program empowers students to develop critical thinking, collaboration, and creative problem-solving skills through hands-on activities like coding, engineering, and building a LEGO robot to complete mission challenges. In addition to robotics, students engage in a research project to identify and solve a real-world problem. Aligned with an annual theme, this year's theme was Unearthed. Guided by the first core values, the program emphasizes exploring new ideas, teamwork, respect, and making a positive difference while celebrating success and fostering innovation in a supportive environment. In this program's 4-year history at Woodman Roberts, our teams have earned numerous trophies and advancements to the state level competition. Woodman Roberts had 3 robotics teams this year. 2 of our teams received the 1st place and 3rd place trophy for representing FIRST Robotics core values. Our team, which is the Amazing Anthropologist, made it to the state competition. Robotics represents the IB traits of being risk-takers and thinkers. This plays an important role in robotics to teach kids real-world problem-solving and to be risk-takers and thinkers through collaboration and innovation. We showed those values by solving a problem which archaeologists face. We discovered that digging up sites damages the preservation of the site and the ecosystem. We decided to design a rover with ground-penetrating radar and a drone with LiDAR to image archaeological sites. The images are then put into a VR platform so archaeologists can analyze the artifact and to get research without damaging anything. We also represented these values by programming a robot to complete several missions and receive points. We had to build several iterations of a robot before we got it right. A program like robotics could help kids all around the globe at different schools become risk-takers and thinkers.
The slide. I don't have the clicker. Okay. There we go. All right, there's some photos.
Hi, my name is Gwen Pouts Hoffman, and I am in 5th grade. Unified Arts is a collaborative art class where peer partners from 5th grade and students with disabilities work together to create meaningful hands-on art projects. Students are part of an inclusive community where every child is valued. Shared problem solving is explored through a variety of artistic media. In this partnership, students exemplify several IB learner profiles, such as being caring, open-minded, reflective, and good communicators, as they learn from one another's perspectives and strengths. The class meets on Late Start Fridays.
Hi, my name is Elijah Pincelli, and I am in 4th grade. I like unified art because it is fun. I love making art, painting stuff, and doing everything. I also like coloring and making everything. I like working with my partner Ryder because he is fun.
Unified Arts is amazing because it helps kids with disabilities feel more welcome and part of the school community. It also gives us a perspective of what it feels like to be an art student with a disability. We have learned to listen and communicate in different ways, and this gives them more people to communicate with. I am a peer partner for a girl in kindergarten who is nonverbal. I learned to give her choices by holding things out to her, and she picks one. She loves to place things on our projects, and she really loves to use glue.
Hi, my name is Truman Bach, and I'm in 5th grade. The Woodman-Roberts News Crew creates school-wide video announcements that are shared on our YouTube channel, helping students and staff stay informed about upcoming events and feel connected across classrooms. Through researching stories, writing scripts, and producing engaging segments, members develop strong communication skills and confidence in expressing ideas. Students act as inquirers by seeking accurate information, communicators by delivering clear and creative messages, and reflective learners by reviewing their work to improve clarity and impact. In News Crew, I have to work with people I don't usually work with, and that has taught me the importance of cooperation. Sometimes you have to collaborate and complete tasks together even when you don't feel like it. This experience has helped me grow and feel more comfortable in any group I am a part of. It has also improved my public speaking skills because the entire school sees our work. I've become more confident speaking to adults in different settings, which has been a valuable skill for me. News Crew is a really safe place to express your emotions when filming and also preparing. I believe News Crew is something everyone can benefit from.
Hello, my name is Dobby Chang and I am in 5th grade. The Woodman-Roberts Elementary Student Council is a team of elected student leaders who amplify student voice and model leadership within the school community. They organize school-wide events, participate in community activities, assist with IB days, and select charities for fundraising efforts. Members serve as guest speakers at Roar assemblies, operate the Roar store, collaborate with the PTO, and design advertisements to promote school events. Through these responsibilities, student council members embody IB traits. We are communicators, principled, open-minded, caring, reflective, and risk-takers. By modeling these attributes, students have a voice in school activities while developing essential leadership skills. Being part of student council has definitely helped me become more responsible and open-minded about new ideas. It encouraged me to branch out and try new things. I'm not naturally a social person, but student council has helped me improve in that area. I've also gained a lot more confidence through this experience. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. That's our presentation.
Thank you so much. Please stick around. We will do pictures here in just a minute. Mrs. Ruckman, are there any updates to the agenda?
There were updates to the agenda and the board has been made aware of these.
All right, members of the board, are there any items you wish to move from the consent agenda? Are there any discussion items to be added to the agenda? May we have a motion to approve the agenda?
I'll make a motion to approve the agenda.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Director Payne,
Aye.
Director Tripp, Aye. Director Waldrop,
Aye.
President Shandy.
Aye. Does anyone have anything to share for board comments tonight? Director Tripp.
I just want to say what a delight it is to be made a member of this board, and I am really looking forward to working with all the amazing people that I've met so far in the district, and I just feel honored to be here. So really excited to be here. Thank you.
Honored to have you. Thank you. Director Waldrop. Have to get used to saying your names.
Well, basically the same thing as Holly was saying. It's such an honor to be here. Been around the school district for a while. It's been great people working up here and looking out for these students, and it's so wonderful to see these students tonight. So thank you everyone for the privilege, and great to see this. Thank you.
Colonel.
Thank you, ma'am. So on behalf of Lieutenant General Bauernfein, Superintendent at your United States Air Force Academy, we'd just like to express a sincere thank you to the more than 750 attendees at our free Holly and Ivy holiday concert, which featured cadets and your United States Air Force Academy band. We're thrilled to host families from across D20 as we step into the next iteration of concerts. So you'll see one tonight that starts at 7. We've expanded our concerts to extend next week on December 9th and the 10th. And so you can secure your tickets on goairforcefalcons.com. And so thank you all for celebrating with us, and we look forward to hosting you at the Academy.
Awesome. Thank you. All right. Director Payne.
I just wanted to say thank you too. It's an honor to serve on this board, but even prouder to be part of this community. And I thought it was just wonderful to hear from the students at Eagleview and at Woodman Valley. My kids got to attend both of those schools, and Foothills and Air Academy, and go West Side. I just thought you did a great job tonight, and that's really what inspires all of us to see what you guys accomplish. And great job to the team leaders from the school districts. So that's it.
Awesome. Thank you. I want to thank Cabinet for participating in the Ugly Sweater contest. We will be changing into our ugly sweaters after pictures, so we will be joining you. Superintendent Haberer.
Yes, well, great happens here in D20, as we already had a chance to see with our amazing students. And so let's roll through. I'm grateful, and I really speak on behalf of all of D20. We have the most amazing staff, students, parents, community members, and people really are the heart of our success here. So it's just a short video of thankfulness. I'm Ginger Haberer, your superintendent. 2 simple words to begin. Thank you. This year, we've welcomed new staff, launched new initiatives, and continue to grow as a district. We're also welcoming new board members and looking ahead to exciting opportunities together. Every person in our D20 family, teachers, administrators, support staff, operational teams, families and volunteers, plays a vital role in shaping student success. Because of your dedication, perseverance, and commitment to our whole child approach, Academy District 20 has been recognized as a District of Distinction for 17 consecutive years. What you do each day in classrooms, offices, buses, cafeterias, and throughout our schools truly changes lives. Your creativity, care, and teamwork ensure that every child gets what they need to thrive, not only in school, but far beyond graduation. As we look to the future, we're continuing to grow our Portrait of a Graduate, strengthen our Foundations of Success dashboard, and expand engagement opportunities for families, staff, and our entire community. These efforts reflect who we are, Team One, united by a shared purpose and a deep belief that together we can accomplish anything for our students. People are the heart of our success here in D20. Thank you for your excellence, your compassion, and your unwavering commitment to our mission every single day. As we get ready to celebrate this holiday season, I hope that you enjoy wonderful times with your families and your friends and joyous periods of rest and relaxation. Together, we have much to be proud of and a bright future ahead. Great happens here in D20. So again, just a huge thank you to our staff, our families, our parents, and amazing students. We truly do have a great district here in D20. I recently had a chance to join the Sources of Strength Roundtable, and a thank you to Julie Hendricks and her whole team and all of the sponsors of Sources of Strength and putting this on. They do a roundtable every year, and we bring students from every single school together to really celebrate and share what they've learned from this program. Common themes were that they, as a result of this program, they became aware of how to be more kind to each other, how to better connect with their peers, and really develop social skills that empowered them to be more self-confident. And while I was there, I heard lots of different quotes. One of my favorite quotes was from Discovery Canyon High School junior Gokul Spinadvosan. He's been participating in Sources of Strength for 5 years in a row. And what he said was that the best way to be generous is to offer yourself to others. I just thought that was really awesome. So now if Gokul is here, I'd like for Gokul and Megan Lawson, our Sources of Strength trainer, to come to the microphone. And please just share for a few minutes how Sources of Strength has impacted you personally. Thank you for being here.
It's already on. Okay. Well, good evening. Thank you so much for having us here. My name is Megan Lawson, and I'm a district sources trainer and a school social worker here in the district at Encompass Heights Elementary School and Mountain Ridge Middle School. And I began working in District 20 in 2019 as an English teacher. And I was immediately introduced to the Sources of Strength program. And since then, I proudly served as a district trainer for the program. Sources of Strength is entering its 10th year at the secondary level in District 20, and it actually began at Discovery Canyon Campus High School. And we've now expanded into every secondary school in D20 except for one. Each year, our 8 trainers, we visit every participating secondary school, and we train over 500 students, peer leaders, and our adult advisors who volunteer their time to support this work. This model is built around strengthening our protective factors, building leadership, and running strength-based campaigns that foster belonging and positive decision-making. This ties directly into our district's strategic plan of building a culture of connectedness through meaningful upstream prevention. Gokul and I first met the year after COVID through Sources of Strength when I served as our team lead for DCC Middle School. And since then, I've gotten to watch him speak at parent academies, participate in district-wide campaigns, grow into a committed high school peer leader, and attend each year's roundtable. And now I get to have the pleasure of introducing him as he joins us here today to share how Sources of Strength has shaped his experience and supported him as he prepares to graduate from District 20 next year.
Thank you so much, Ms. Lawson. I'm Gokul Srinivasan. I'm a junior at Discovery Canyon Campus High School. And I'd first like to start off by saying thank you to Superintendent Haber for allowing me to speak on behalf of the work that all of our students and all of our peer leaders are doing. First of all, the way that Sources has benefited me is it has taught me how to be a better leader, but also be more sensitive because not everyone is in the same situation. While I have 2 parents who are very supportive, that's not always the case for a lot of students in our district, and it's important that we're mindful of that and really take that into account. But primarily what I'd like to talk about in my what I'm talking about today or my speech is what we do together, and that's what our peer leading is all about, is that we come together as a team to improve our student body. So specifically, I'd like to talk about what Sources is. So Sources is a early detection suicide prevention program that uses students like me and other students who have leadership positions throughout the school so that we can tap into our communities and make sure that students who might be having mental struggles get that help before it goes to a point where we need to be calling 988. So the strengths that we focus on in Sources of Strength are mental health, physical health, spirituality, generosity, healthy activities, mentors, and positive friends. And that is what Sources of Strength is about. So when people hear things like physical activities or, mentors, they're not, most of the time we don't hear that in the mental health aspect. And what we have to understand is it's because of things like physical activities or mentors. Those are things that our students can turn to whenever they're having mental struggles. And that way they're able to get out of the hardships that they might be having. So a couple campaigns that we've done at my school, DCC, is our staff stickers, which basically what that is students get 5 stickers each during our Thunder Time, which is sort of like a homeroom that we tend to have once a week. And students get to write their initials and give those stickers to the staff to show them that they are a trusted adult in their life. So it goes both ways. Students understand that potentially this might be a good person if they don't have a trusted adult already, but also it allows the teachers to understand how big of an impact they're having and really continue to support our Sources of Strength. Another activity that we've had is our students get together in the same Thunder Time and see who else is playing the same sports or in the same clubs. And so they're able to bond that way too, because at the end of the day, it's all about community. Students, when they have a community to go to and to vent to, they tend to do a lot better in times when they're having mental health issues. And so finally, I'd like to talk about how my family has implemented Sources of Strength into our own lives, but then also give you all some ideas on how you could potentially implement it. So I'd like to shout out my mom who runs a hiking group. So I wake up in March on a Saturday. I'm, getting ready for school year to be over and summer festivities. But my mom always wakes me up at 6 a.m. and says, "Let's go for a walk with me and the girls." So that's what happens. And for me, at first, I used to sleep in saying that, oh, well, there's no reason. Like it's walking. I get plenty of exercise. But really, it's allowed me to bond a lot more with my mom. And those walks have really led me to be a better person and more healthy as a whole. And then I also got into mountain biking. In 2020, when COVID hit, I obviously started going rampant on YouTube and ended up finding out about this thing called mountain biking. Then my parents said if I was able to get straight A's, they would buy me a mountain bike. So I worked very hard in 6th grade. Miss Lawson would know. And I got my mountain bike. And so from there, I was able to get outdoors and get to learn more about myself and become a healthier person as a whole. So as for all of you who might not have something just yet, I had a few recommendations. First of all, it is the holiday season, so please do take advantage of volunteering opportunities in and around your communities. But then also, I think it's just very important that you are there as family, because I know when a lot of our families get together, there's a lot of this eating around the dinner table and all of that. And I think it's important for us to realize, even if you're not a parent, even if you're not the parent to the specific kid, even if you're the uncle, the aunt, it's important for you to show that you still support that kid, even if you're not in their day-to-day lives. So I'd like to end off by thank you so much for having me speak about Sources of Strength, but also please try to be a trusted adult in some kid or every kid you know's life. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Gokul. Man, to follow up after that, he's so fantastic. Just before closing, I did want to highlight one final celebration of Sources of Strength. Encompass Heights Elementary School is proud to be the first elementary school in our district to launch the Sources of Strength elementary curriculum. And we have that through K through 5 this year. The elementary model focuses solely on positive protective factors and does not address the sensitive content, but instead it provides developmentally appropriate lessons and activities that help our students build responsibility, problem-solving skills, gratitude, and healthy friendships. These strengths help our students feel supported, safe, and ready to learn, contributing directly to one of our district's key priorities, which is academic readiness. This elementary model aligns seamlessly with our secondary Sources of Strength program, where our trained peer leaders and adult advisors run our school-wide strength-based campaigns like Gokul shared about. that foster belonging and positive choices. By beginning this work at our elementary school level, I think that we can create a fully aligned K-12 preventative framework by preparing our students to move into middle school and high school already familiar with strength-based language and ready to participate in leadership and connection activities. And by implementing sources of strength across District 20, it directly supports our district's strategic priority again of building a community of connectedness. And by fostering responsibility, resilience, and positive relationships from the earliest grades, we're able to strengthen school culture and support the long-term success and well-being for all of our students. We are
sources of strength.
Thank you so much. Good job, Ed.
Thank you so much for being here and for sharing with us about this impactful program. So just to, well, there it goes. A huge shout out to Director Wilburn. He had a chance to go to Air Academy High School's Radium Girls, and that was a fantastic production. On Saturday, I had a chance to go to Rampart High School's fall play, A Midsummer Night's Dream, and I was so impressed with how the students memorized Shakespeare, and it just like rolled off their tongue. It was really pretty awesome. I had a chance to go to Edith Wolford. They had their annual Fall Friends Feast, a chance to visit with a couple of different families, and it was a real joy to do that. So a huge shout out to Ranch Creek Elementary School third grade teacher Tracy Shoemaker. She's been selected to be a part of the Commissioner's Teacher Cabinet. This cabinet is made up of teachers around the state who represent the diversity of school communities. Members of the teacher cabinet share their feedback, insights, and experiences with each other and with state leaders to help influence and shape Colorado's education. This is a 2-year commitment, and we're very proud that she was selected for that to represent D20. Also, Ranch Creek is the winner of the People's Choice Award of 2025 from the Springs Magazine as the best elementary school. Discovery Canyon Elementary School, they had their first Macy's Day Parade with their kinders. They studied footage of the Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade, and inspired by what they learned, they created their own parade, complete with homemade floats and lots of excitement. And as you can see, it was a very joyful experience. And when the principal found out about it, he says, no, we're all coming out in the hallway to cheer them on. So it was awesome. We had several recognitions for 2026 Best of the Springs. You can see that Best High School, Air Academy High School, Rampart High School, Best Middle School, Eagle View Middle School, Best High School Coach Joshua McIntosh at Rampart High School, and Best High School Educator Scott Newell at Air Academy High School. So again, more recognition of the excellence here in D20. And then congratulations to Air Academy High School senior Connor Holliday for being selected to be a member of the Bands of America Honor Band in the 2026 Rose Parade. Connor gets to spend a week in Southern California rehearsing, performing, and participating in other special events. So we have our special education spotlight, and just a huge congratulations to our Bridges graduates. We just had a chance to celebrate and congratulate them. The Bridges Transition Program is dedicated to preparing our young adults ages 18 to 21 for greater independence following high school graduation. A key component of our program includes community-based instruction where students explore local resources, learn about employment opportunities, and participate in work-based learning experiences. During the first semester, students visited Pikes Peak State College, volunteering with Habitat for Humanity, and toured the Pikes Peak Library District's 21C facility. And of course, these opportunities really give our students opportunities to support skill development, career exploration, and engagement with our community. So a huge shout out to the Bridges staff as well. They do an amazing job with our students. So I visited several different schools this past month. At Ranch Creek Elementary, Principal Tricia Clow and I visited a second grade teacher, Demetrius Pupart Cruz. She was amazing. And in her classroom, her students were exploring characters, as you can see in that top picture. And they were talking about the characters in their story, and then they turn around and they were writing about it, which is really great to see. It's really helpful for students to make their thinking visible and talk about it before they write. So that was exciting to see. We found this beautiful mural where students all decorated their own houses and said what they thought was important to them about being at home. And then the teacher on the right is a Gifted and Talented program, our TAG program, and she is a paraprofessional, Crystal Usalik, who was working with a small group of students. So that was great to see a paraprofessional working with our TAG students. And they were making predictions on what their characters were going to do next. Discovery Canyon High School, Principal Matt Mitchell and I visited Miss Chris Goodman's IB biology class. You can see there in the middle with Matt holding up the model. She had them build paper models of some of the enzyme cycles because you really can't see that. So by doing the paper models, it helps students to understand those abstract concepts. And then as we were walking down the hallway, Senior Gautam Devalapile, who is also in my student superintendent advisory group, he literally stopped me, says, "You have to come see the cafe." So we went into DECA's cafe, and he was so proud they were able to get a grant to get a brand new espresso machine, which was really awesome. And he is the manager, so he was telling me how proud he was of his staff and, how he sometimes had to do some extra coaching and he was learning very good HR skills and he thinks he might want to go into HR. So I said, please talk to Cameron Smart, Mr. Smart, when you're ready, and he will be ready to do that. And then at the top, of course, is our amazing biomedical program. And they were actually making some enzyme reactions in Petri dishes when we were there. So it was a wonderful visit. But it's just good to see what's happening in our schools. And at Discovery Canyon Elementary School, Principal Scott and I deserved an interventionist professional learning community. So we've been talking about professional learning communities. And it was awesome just to see how they were using data to really make personalized learning plans for students. And that was very impressive. And of course, the best part of the morning was hearing our little kinders in the picture to the left singing their thankful song. It's awesome. And then just recently, Director Tripp and I had a chance to go to School in the Woods, and we got to have snack with the kids and just talk to them. What did they really like about School in the Woods? Of course, they love being outdoors. What's interesting is they've got this whole wooded area, and for recess, they don't have a playground, but they've got sticks and stones and pine cones, and they just go out and really use their imagination and play. And would you agree, Director Tripp, that was a highlight? Do you want to share anything about that visit?
I will just say I loved the creativity that space allowed those kids. They were not just sort of entertaining themselves, but they were thinking of big plans that they could do, like how do we divert water to create something that we want to have happen. So I love to see the creativity and the problem solving that kind of environment unlocks for kids. It was really delightful. I just said, I want to go to school here. Can I just start life over and just start right here?
Yeah, they even created their own bowling alley in the middle of the forest. They dug like little pits for the and I guess it really works. They roll it, and if it doesn't hit down the pins, it actually goes down because they put it on a hill. It goes down the gully there. So that was fun. Just wanted to share with you, board members, about iExcel, and I gave you a document that goes over that program. We bought it across the district, and we did it so that teachers can better monitor the individual progress for students, as well as to academic progress in both math and literacy. And we're just learning how to use that really well. This is our first year of implementation. And so I just put a few quotes in there that from teachers about how that's working in their room. And iExcel is not about just plopping a kid in front of a computer and having them just kind of blankly, you know, that's screen time, right? Where they're just not really thinking and there's a screen. iExcel really can be very targeted by teachers. They can look at the skills that the students need. They can design the questions that the student needs to work on and the skills. So it's very interactive. And we'll put together, I asked Jolynn Patterson to put together some results on what we're seeing and can we make some, not a full correlation, but for classrooms that are using it with Fidelity, or what are we seeing different with the achievement. So hope to bring that to you guys at the end of this year. As you know, I'm part of the Pikes Peak Workforce Center. I'm one of their board members, and we had the wonderful opportunity to go to the IBEW Union Hall, which is for the electricians. And the gentleman who's at the podium, he was a student who he went to four-year college and just kind of felt lost. And one of his friends knew about this program and suggested that he try it out. And I had a chance, I kind of tracked him down after he left because I wanted to talk to him some more. And he just said it's changed his life. Like he loves being an electrician. And these programs that they have, actually they'll pay students while they're in the apprenticeship program. And it's pretty impressive how quickly they can move up the pay scale while they're an apprentice. So I thought that was important to share with all of you. I went to the Pikes Peak Superintendent meeting, which we're hosting on Friday here at D20. All of the superintendents in the Pikes Peak area get together. And we had a wonderful presentation by Dr. Tatiana Bailey. She's the Executive Director for Data-Driven Economic Strategies. And she gave a very informative presentation, and she would come and present if we ever wanted that at a board meeting. But she studies the data here in El Paso County. So you can see, you know, on one slide, Colorado's labor market will need to fill an additional roughly 90,000 positions in the state per year, which that's pretty interesting. And also takes a look at the growth. You know, El Paso County used to be growing quite a bit, but that's really starting to trail off. And, oops, let me see. I'll go back one. Hall of Excellence. A huge shout out to Mark Belcher and the whole communications team, and a great job on the video too. I meant to say that. You guys always are awesome. But the Hall of Excellence is such a special program that we have here in D20 to recognize a staff member, a past staff member who's just made a huge impact, as well as a volunteer. This year, we celebrated Susan Lyon, is a former Explorer Elementary School teacher who brought learning to life in her classroom. And of course, Joyce Johnson, better known to everybody as Grammy Steph. She's amazing. She shows up everywhere. She's at the patrons, she's at DAC, she has been a volunteer for almost 40 years in our district. Her kids, her grandkids, her great-grandkids have all gone through D20. She even comes and fixes meals for us sometimes. I mean, she's just really incredible. So that was fun to celebrate her. And then, of course, huge thank you to Susan Payne, Board of Education Director. We welcomed her into the Hall of Excellence, and Colonel David Herndon, our wonderful USAFA liaison. So it was great to be able to recognize you guys as well. And just last, I just recently found out I applied to be a member of the Colorado Springs Leadership Institute. They select 16 people every year, and I was selected to be on that. So I'm excited about that. And the reason why I'm excited about it is I had a chance to go to a breakfast, and it's going to be a really good opportunity for me to connect with our business partners, with people that are in different offices in Colorado Springs, especially at the gatherings that they have. They do some leadership training in February as well. So I think that'll just help me to continue to build a community with our greater Colorado Springs community and what we're doing here in D20 and build those partnerships.
We're proud of you for that too.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
All right, that's a lot. Very good. Thank you for all of that. Tonight, we have one new administrator to approve. Mr. Smart, would you please make the introduction?
Yeah, thanks. And this is actually just my regular suit coat. I wear it all the time. Anyways, I'm pleased to introduce Jessica Booth Snyder, who is being recommended for the special education administrator position. And there's lots of special ed team here with her. A little woohoo! There you go. Yeah. All right. So Jessica holds a bachelor's of science in business management from Metro State University. And then she thought, I'm going to change it up. I'm going to get a bachelor of science in criminal justice and law enforcement from Colorado State University Global. And then she thought, I'll change it up again. I'm going to get a specialist in education from University of Northern Colorado. And then she got a master's of teaching in special education from Metro State University and a master of science in military and emergency responder psychology from Colorado State University Global. She has more degrees than I have kids, and I have 4 kids. So she began her career in HCA Healthcare in Denver as a facilitator coordinator, and then went to Sheridan School District and became a special education teacher, and then went to Aurora Public Schools where she was a special education department chair, TOSA, summer school principal, and then also an assistant principal. And then she went and worked for Jefferson County Sheriff's Office. So you see she's using all her degrees eventually. There's just right down the line. And she was a victim advocate volunteer. And then she works for the Colorado Department of Education as a school violence prevention coordinator. And she currently is working as preventing school violence implementation coordinator for CD. Actually, she just started for us on Monday, but that's what she was doing right before. And so we're pleased to recommend Jessica tonight for the position of special education administrator. Jessica, anything you'd like to say? She's in the way back. It's going to take her a minute.
So thank you very much.
That's all I got.
Thank you, Mr. Smart, and welcome, Jessica. All right, we need a motion to approve the consent agenda as posted.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Director Payne,
Aye.
Director Tripp,
Aye.
Director Waldrop,
Aye.
President Shandy.
Aye. We have 16 people viewing the live stream. And we will take a 10-minute break to take pictures with our students. So students, if you're in the spotlight, please come up. And then we will switch into our Christmas sweaters as well. See you in 10.
Love you, honey. Bye-bye.
All right, thank you so much. All right, we will go straight into board officer elections with our new board. I want to say that due to family health demands, Director Wilburn requests to not hold a board officer position at this time. So we will start off with nominations are now in order for the office of president. Does anyone have a nomination?
I would nominate Amy Shandy for president.
Any other nominations? No? Okay. Amy Shandy is nominated for the office of president. Are there any further nominations for the office of president? No. Seeing none, nominations for the office of president are now closed. The nominees for the office of president are Amy Shandy. We will now hold the election for the office of president by roll call. The question is on the election of Amy Shandy for president. As many are in favor of Amy Shandy for president, will, as their names are called, answer aye. Those opposed will answer no. Roll call, please.
Director Payne,
Aye.
Director Tripp,
Aye.
Director Waldrop,
Aye.
President Shandy.
Aye. The ayes have it, and Amy Shandy is elected president. Nominations are now in order for the office of vice president.
I nominate Susan Payne for office of vice president.
All right, Susan Payne is nominated for the office of vice president. Are there any other further nominations for office of vice president? Seeing none, nominations for the office of vice president are closed. The nominations for the office of vice president are Susan Payne. We will now hold the election for the office of vice president by roll call. The question is on the election of Susan Payne for vice president. As many are in favor of Susan Payne for vice president, will, as their names are called, answer aye. Those opposed will answer no. Roll call, please.
Director Payne,
Aye.
Director Tripp,
Aye.
Director Waldrop,
Aye.
President Shandy.
Aye. Nominations are now in order for the office of treasurer.
I nominate Holly Tripp for the office of treasurer.
Holly Tripp is nominated for the office of treasurer. Are there any further nominations for the office of treasurer? Seeing none, nominations for the office of treasurer are now closed. The nominees for the office of treasurer are Holly Tripp. We will now hold the election for the office of treasurer by roll call. The question is on the election of Holly Tripp for treasurer. As many are in favor of Holly Tripp for treasurer, will, as their names are called, answer aye. Those opposed will answer no. Roll call, please.
Director Payne,
Aye.
Director Tripp,
Aye.
Director Waldrop,
Aye.
President Shandy.
Aye. All right, if you would please, seat scramble. Go. All right, welcome Vice President Payne. And thank you, Director Tripp, for your commitment for the treasurer, and thank you, Director Waldrop. All right, back up just a tiny bit. It's always incredibly inspiring to begin our meeting by celebrating the hard work and accomplishments of our D20 students, faculty, and staff. Now we transition to the business portion of our meeting, a time for thoughtful discussion and its decision making. Out of respect for this focus, we ask that applause be held during this part of the session as we shift our attention to the important work ahead. So thank you so much for honoring that request. There are no items pulled from the consent agenda. And we move on to written reports. So up first, a special education overview and information on MANT and CPI. Does anyone have any questions or comments on this report? Director Tripp.
And would Executive Director Dr. Belinda Lujan-Lindsay, please come to the mic.
Hello. We wanted to answer some questions and provide some information regarding, first and foremost, CPI and MAT. So we'll start with that. I believe we wanted to share some data information regarding incidences and just situations that have occurred with the use of the tools.
Actually, if you want to, is that different than what's in the written report? Or are you doing it in response to a question? Because normally we just answer, oh, okay, to the question that you submitted. Do you want to repeat what the question was so
Yes.
people know?
Will that be okay if I read it?
Yeah.
Okay. I think the first question we had was, what can we learn about behavioral disruptions from the report? So we'll share that one first. Sure. Go ahead.
Yep, so I'll address that question. So the Board of Education report teaches us that behavioral disruptions are often a form of communication that signals that students may lack certain skills or ways to express their needs or may be seeking connection. Both CPI and MANT systems emphasize the importance of understanding these behaviors, building strong relationships, and maintaining consistency in staff responses. The MANT system in particular focuses on relational approaches, helping staff connect with students, recognizing triggers, the use of trauma-informed practices, and focus on relational approaches, and proactive strategies to prevent the crisis. When staff are well trained and prioritize student dignity and emotional safety, schools see fewer physical interventions and more positive outcomes for students with significant behavioral needs.
Okay. Anything to follow up with that?
Thank you.
Okay.
Carry on.
Okay. Then there was a question because MANT is a new pilot for District 20. The question was if there was a teacher preference at this time between the two programs.
So like was shared in the report, we recently brought MANT on, and it is a pilot in 5 of our schools and 2 of our programs. This is the first year of implementation in the first semester. So informally, during CPI and our MANT refresher classes that occur during PLC late start, some staff members have expressed a preference for MANT. They cite a preference in the maintaining of safety in a way that does not damage the relationships with students. Some feedback around training includes the mode, the length of training, along with specific student scenarios that we're continuing to work with MANT regarding those training specific needs that we would have for Academy School District 20.
Can you share the number of hours the staff members required? I think that's important.
Sure. So for MANT, it is a day-and-a-half training. So prior to coming to the in-person training, they do take 2 online modules that generally take about 4 hours. And then they take the 8 hours of in-person training that does include reviewing the 2 online modules that address the relational capacity. And then they do discuss the physical interventions as well during that 8-hour time that they're together, compared to CPI, which is just a single day, 8-hour training.
And we train every year. So we find that if we don't use it as often, we can get rusty in our skills. And so we do require that staff take it every year. The next question, MANT especially seems to emphasize relationship building. So to what extent does the positive response or reward set up attention-seeking repeat behavior? And what is the impact on time teaching the rest of the class?
So students with significant behavioral needs undergo a functional behavior assessment, an FBA, to determine the function of the behavior. Staff use this hypothesized function to identify and implement appropriate interventions as outlined in the student's behavior intervention plan, or BIP. Additionally, staff are encouraged to maintain daily behavioral data collection and make adjustments as needed. Within the BIP, the team outlines what should occur after an incident to ensure expected behaviors are reestablished. If behavior trends indicate that interventions are not having the desired impact, the team will reconvene and review and revise the plan. BIPs are shared with all IEP team members and relevant staff to ensure continuous and aligned implementations. Schools that have piloted the MANT system may use a student escort when appropriate. However, there is no available data on the impact of this practice on instructional time.
And then there was a question around some data. Initial data from our pilot is what is the rate of incidents and what is the rate of non-reporting, if we could estimate that. And then what are the consequences for reporting an incident?
So for this question, we addressed both MANT and CPI. So to date, we've received 35 reports for restrictive interventions, which includes both CPI and MANT, that have been applied since the beginning of the 25-26 school year. I should also note that with our MANT systems, the reporting for the JKA-E2 form also indicates when a shield is used with MANT, which is not necessarily a restrictive movement, but helps to maintain a student's safety. So that would be collected in the 35. We have no additional mechanism to collect data on the rate of non-reporting or the use of restraints aside from what's outlined in the policy JKA. Following a restraint report, however, there is generally no negative consequences for reporting. Additional support is sometimes provided through debriefing and retraining as needed. If a report is submitted and it includes any non-trained staff members, we'll be sure to work with the school-based team to ensure that that staff member is trained. And that the training expectations are met. Again, working with building administrators to make sure that the staff attends the next available training.
And I think if any of you are ever interested, we would be happy to give like a small orientation to MANT. You're welcome to come to a CPI training or talk to our trainers just to get more of an experience of what a staff member would be going through during a dysregulation or during a time where they're having to use those techniques. We would be happy to set that up so that you would have that information. Because it's one thing for us to explain it, but then to look at what staff experience might be helpful too.
Thank you. Oh, do you have another question?
There was one more.
All right.
Well, there's two questions left. So, we're switching, sorry. You wanted us to walk you through the timeline and protocol for an incident. What happens when a student is having difficulty? How do we intervene? How quickly? What happens to the rest of the class in the meantime? How much time is lost? And what generally happens when a student is removed? So Lisa Brandt leads our behavior team for our district. So she'll talk a little bit about what that looks like and how we address those concerns within our schools.
Okay, well, I will frame this by saying there is really no one size fits all for each incident, but staff are encouraged to utilize available training and established plans to determine the most appropriate next step when an incident occurs. So proactive strategies as outlined in the student's behavior intervention plan and escalation cycle management plans, or ECMPs, should always be our first approach, because these plans help teams create a supportive learning environment to help identify early signs of escalation and implement the early interventions to promote student success. However, when proactive measures are unsuccessful and an incident does occur, responses do vary across schools. Many buildings have an identified care team composed of staff that are trained in CPI or MANT techniques to respond to behavioral crisis. While members differ by school, care teams typically include special education teachers, paraprofessionals, school social workers, counselors, speech language pathologists, and administrators. If an incident becomes unsafe or disruptive to the learning environment, staff may offer the student a separate setting to re-regulate. If the student cannot access that alternate space, the classroom may be evacuated to minimize harm to others and maintain the dignity of the student in crisis. When classrooms are evacuated, many schools have contingency plans in place to support learning during displacement. Some schools prepare alternate learning materials to minimize instructional disruption. Currently, there's no available data measuring time lost across schools. When a student is removed from the classroom, staff make themselves available to support re-regulation and facilitate re-entry to the classroom. This process may include co-regulation strategies, accommodations, and strategies outlined in the student's IEP, behavior intervention plan, ECMP as mentioned previously, to help re-establish baseline for the student. For significant behaviors, schools have been provided with a decision-making matrix by our behavior team to identify the severity and corresponding staff responses. And when severity is classified as high or critical, schools may activate support from the district behavior team through immediate support, I should say, through the district behavior team through our crisis support plan, which is available at strategic times throughout this school year.
Do you have any questions with that further? Director Tripp?
No, thank you. I really appreciate the information.
And then I think we would offer at any time too, to walk through what a functional behavior assessment is. You could spend time with our school psychologists, walking through that and how we build a behavior plan for our students so that we can extinguish behaviors and help them access and be more successful. We would be happy to walk you through that development as well, because that's really critical as we try to help our students access their education.
Okay, I think we have one more. Vice President Payne.
Yes, thank you, President Shandy. My question is, while we have programs like this and training, that's so important, but the human factor is really that we want self-aware adults that know how to intervene. And I want to make sure, because looking at the comparison between CPI and MANT, I love that training exists as a baseline. Does it go through the multidisciplines of people that have interactions with those students? Or is it limited? Like, what's the chance that a student's in a classroom and one of those trained individuals isn't present?
So likely the general education teacher probably does not have that training, and we would be calling upon the care team. And you can let me know if I'm, yeah.
I think for students who show patterns of dysregulation, that's where the proactive plans come into place, and our escalation cycle management plan specifically helps to identify those early warning signs, so that we're knowing when to call for support and when to get the right people involved at the right time, so that we can have the right staff available when if and when a crisis does occur.
So having this is a follow-up to that, but when we have the adults in the classroom, do they feel, have we done any surveying or assessment to make sure that they feel confident in intervening with a student that's in crisis? Obviously we have the verbal de-escalation skills, but intervening before it becomes an act of violence towards the student self or others. Are they confident in the fact that they can intervene? That's just something I think that's important to all of us, that the human beings here that we put in the trust, the students, we put them in our trusted position, we provide them the training, but is there any assessment to say they feel confident in intervening before someone becomes dangerous to themselves or others?
I couldn't tell you that we've formally surveyed them, but I would tell you probably through our observations and our interactions with our school teams, it depends on the level of experience of the classroom teacher, where their confidence lies in being able to, one, predict, one, to identify those triggers as they're coming up on them. So their level of experience varies, and that also impacts their ability to feel confident to intervene. So I would tell you that it's different for every teacher, but a formal survey, no, we have not completed.
Well, and as a final follow-up to that, just if you could give it some thought over even just the next time, and Superintendent Haberger, I think it would be really interesting just to make sure that we either look at how we look at the human beings that have the responsibility of the children in the classroom and make sure they feel empowered and encouraged, and that if we need to do something on our end to make sure that our policies enforce that. I just really want to make sure that we have a culture from the top down that really makes sure they feel supported, and we appreciate the training, and that there's a baseline, and that's going to continue. And I would just encourage it to continue across multidisciplines to make sure that we can kind of track patterns of behavior, because I think I just saw a national study that they've increased 67% nationally behavioral dysregulation across the country. So like here where we have care, custody, and control, I just feel really strongly from the top that we want to just make sure that everybody feels like that we have their back, and that we're doing the best we can to keep students safe, and that they're empowered to do so.
Okay.
Make sure you bring that up at the end in my last questions.
For that next.
Thank you.
At the end when you do the reflection of next steps, right?
Yes.
Got you. And then we have one more question, and thank you, Sarah and Lisa. The last question was, I'm going to have Jaleesa, who leads our SEAC efforts with our community. The question was, what were some things that were learned and acted upon based on our SEAC council? Because as you know, we revamped and restructured that process to engage more of our community members and our families. So I'm going to let Jaleesa share with you.
Hi. So the question around the biggest learning, and really for me after the revamp, because we really tried to mirror what they do as an advisory board with the state, and we spent a lot of time with the family engagement specialist at the state, as well as their consultant, trying to rebuild and making sure our SEAC was productive for families. And really the biggest learning was just the collaboration piece, and it really showed that when community members, parents, and staff members come together, a lot can be done. So I'm gonna go through some of the implemented recommendations that did come through and that we did implement this school year. So the first one was improving communication, collaboration, and expanding community and family support. The recommendation was to add a SPED link to school websites. So we got feedback that a lot of times when families visit school websites, they get lost and don't know where to find information for special education. So we made sure there was just a link. We work with the communications department and it lands them back on the special education webpage so that they're able to find the information that they need. The next one was improve contact information for special education on the website and in the family handbook that we provide for families every year. And that's if I have a student that's in the Pine Creek strand, I know who I need to contact and who I need to reach out if I have an issue. Show special education programs by school on the district website. We hadn't had our programs listed by school on the website. So that was a recommendation that we implemented as well. And then adding more family-friendly search terms to the district search engine. We worked with the communications department with this as well, as we received feedback that there were some words it was hard to find certain things. So we included family-friendly terms so that families could easily search for things that they needed regarding special education. The next piece was our SPED family handbook. So that's updated annually, and they actually went through in our resources page in the back and kind of categorized them, color coded them based on if this was a resource that was for therapy. They were all in one place. So they went through and reorganized our special education family handbook so it was more family friendly for the families to utilize. One of the pieces that's currently in process, there was a transition group. So they formed small groups and it was streamlining a transition process. What they wanted to work on was trying to centralize hub for different transition resources, really for families, as it's a student is transitioning from 5th to 6th or preschool to kindergarten, or even 12th to kind of the adult world. That's a very scary moment for families. So what are some resources we can offer for families? And then develop clear guidelines for transition meetings and documentation. So families coming into those transition meetings, they wanted to know what should I expect in those meetings? And there were certain things under those pieces that there's actually a group this year with the SEAC that we have this school year that's coming back to work on those things. So that recommendation was carried until this school year. The other two pieces were strengthening teacher training, and our professional learning team, along with our special education instructional team, is already working on those pieces. And that is it for the SEAC recommendations.
Thank you so much. Any other questions? I think we're good. Thank you. Appreciate you all. All right, we'll move on to the next report, monthly financial report through October 2025. Does anyone have any questions or comments? No. Okay. Monitoring report for executive limitations policy EL 2.4 financial condition and activities. Does anyone have any questions or comments? No. All right. Is the superintendent's interpretation of policy reasonable? Is there sufficient evidence to determine compliance for each section? Are all sections in compliance? Recognition of exemplary performance or concerns regarding performance. Would you like to see any additional different evidence, or should any part of this policy be changed in the next monitoring report cycle? Do you see any evidence which is extraneous or no longer necessary? Okay. Report 2026-2027 new course proposals for Pine Creek High School, Air Academy High School, and Learning Services. Does anyone have any questions or comments?
I did.
Director Tripp?
So in looking through these Sorry, this is a glasses moment. In looking through these courses, I was interested to see how the pre-AP bio and the pre-AP chemistry are replacing like AP or, well, just the honors courses. And then in the case of bio, how you're kind of combining those and what impact that might have on students that used to take normal bio and used to take honors bio, for example, and it will now be in one class. So, you know, how are we structuring that and how are we meeting the needs of a wider segment and kind of what we're hoping to gain by these changes?
Sure. So I have Ms. Karina Bierman with me, principal at Pine Creek High School, to shed some light on those questions for you.
Thank you.
Hi. Thanks for the great questions. One of my visions as Pine Creek High School principal is to ensure that every student by the time they graduate will sit for at least one AP course. And so in order to do that, we need to build in some scaffolds for students to get used to what AP courses look like. They have a different structure. They focus really deeply on like critical thinking and problem solving and have just a general higher level of rigor. And so by adding on these pre-AP courses in both, we're exposing students early to things like FRQs and DBQs, which are part of the AP exam. So students get early exposure and extra practice to those skills. Noted in the district, we already offer pre-AP English 9 and 10 are in the book. So kind of just following in that pattern, and my teams were ready to take the leap. As far as biology goes, we did an audit of our biology program, and there was a disproportionate to our student population number of students who were disadvantaged in the regular bio course, and the honors bio course was inflated. We did an audit of those two courses, and the curriculum was not significantly different. And so to create some access for everybody and make sure that the bar is raised for all learners to meet high levels of learning, we're proposing launching the pre-AP biology for all students. We do have you have another question? Do you want me to pause?
Just to follow on with that. So when you talk about students were disadvantaged, what do you mean by that? In what way were they disadvantaged?
We had a higher number of students with free and reduced lunch and students with disabilities in our regular classes.
Were they being barred from being in the honors class?
Nope, they weren't being barred. It just is challenged by choice, right? And so they just weren't taking it. And there was many capable students in those classes that could take it, and the curriculums were not vastly different.
I see.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, I think so. You're saying they could have been in honors, but they didn't maybe know to be in that track.
Right.
And so you're hoping that this class replaces, like kind of makes a decision for them to be in a more rigorous course almost?
Yeah, so it'll just level the playing field. So students can gain access to stronger instruction and higher expectations, and all students will have the same high expectations of the pre-AP biology. We'll have scaffolds and supports that have not, we have a PAL lab, which is like an intervention lab. And so we have a tutor in there who will work with the pre-AP biology team to, like if Karina doesn't get this skill the first time, they can go in during their study hall or their partial. Freshmen don't normally have partials, but to get tutoring on that skill. There's a bunch of research that shows that students often rise to expectations when instruction is well structured and teachers intentionally build entry points for all learners. So our team is working over the summer in our PLC group and in our 2-hour PLC late starts. We're also doing a release day to align what we already have existing with biology with the new pre-AP biology curriculum, because there is some overlap, right? Biology is biology.
Sure.
For high achieving students, the new AP course, pre-AP course will prioritize analysis, lab skills, scientific thinking, which will increase the level of challenge compared to what we had previously in honors. And they'll benefit from a heterogeneous class where they can explain thinking, defend claims, and engage in discourse, which is the same things that are expected in the AP classes that they'll take, hopefully, in their future high school career.
I appreciate the exposure to higher rigor. I do think that kind of inspires kids to come up, right, to a level. So I appreciate that being a goal of those courses. Regarding the forensics, I was really interested to.
Does anyone else have any questions about the AP bio or chem before because we're going to switch out principals. Sorry.
Oh, just one question, just so I'm tracking this. So is there still AP bio and pre-AP bio? As 2 separate classes?
Yep. So when you come to high school, when you're a freshman in the science pathway, you take biology, and when you're a sophomore, you take chemistry, and then junior and senior year, you can take whatever science you want. And so the AP Bio and AP Chemistry are like upper level. Think of it as like 400 college level courses for those sciences. So kids can take those still if they're passionate and interested.
Yeah, I think my daughter's in one of those classes, so thank you.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Any other questions for Ms. Bierman?
No.
Okay, so now Dr. Amy Ripperger, principal at Air Academy High School, is going to join us to answer your questions about forensic science.
Thank you. I appreciate that. So regarding that, I understand this forensics course is like a next level, and it includes a potential certification that kids can take. Just tell me a little bit about that certificate. Like, what meaning does it have in the industry? Does it get kids into jobs? Does it get them into higher education opportunities? Kind of what does it mean?
Yeah, in short, it does. It's not a certification that is necessarily required for any single employment opportunity. But I think the idea here is to give kids better exposure and preparation for the myriad of careers that they could potentially pursue in that forensic pathway. This one specifically, when we looked up they consider it to be an industry recognized credential for a crime scene technician, which is what the forensic science courses really focus on. And so our teachers, when we have high interest in this strand. Currently, we have Forensic Science 1, Forensic Science 2, and we have a lot of students right now that are juniors that are saying, can we take more? We also have students that have graduated and have gone on to pursue careers in this area and have come back and talked to our teachers about how helpful this was as exposure to these ideas. I think the second piece of your question has to do with, is it going to make them marketable for jobs and tech colleges and college applications and things like that? And in general, I think it does. Just my experience in other high schools, I can tell you that not every high school, not every school district is able to provide the opportunities that we can here in D20. I think that's one of our strengths. And so this seems like it's a natural next progression to bring that on board.
Thank you for responding to the interest and the need in your school community. I think that's great that you can hear that and then, push into providing more opportunities. So thank you for doing that.
You bet. Any other questions for Dr. Ripperger?
No.
We had one more course, which I'm going to bring up Andy Ruskin, Director for Literacy, and her team.
Okay, so our question wasn't very difficult. The answer is yes.
Can you read the question?
I can.
Yeah.
The question, a couple of board meetings ago, it was mentioned that cursive writing is beneficial for students with dyslexia. Does this course incorporate cursive writing? It does. It is explicitly taught and practiced every day.
Fantastic.
Yeah. And Jody's here to expand if you have any other questions.
Vice President Payne.
I do have a follow-up because I know that conversation came up prior, and I had the opportunity to kind of look into it further after that board meeting, and I appreciate that you brought up some of the benefits, but it appears that there's some recent studies that do show it has a benefit across systems for students that learn cursive. It also is interesting, and I'd be curious what you think from the Air Force Academy perspective, is a lot of our historical documents are in cursive. And so when we look at history and the ability to read in cursive or write in cursive, I was wondering if you guys, as I know you're the subject matter experts, would be willing to kind of look into that further, or if you had any guidance you wanted to provide tonight about the possibility of us looking at providing cursive district-wide and integrating that into our curriculum. And I know it's not a state requirement, and I'm shame on that, but I think it's something that we should at least look at the pros and cons.
Yeah, I'll start. And Jody, this is Jody Champagne, a literacy teammate and dyslexia specialist, who's also well-versed on the research. And I really, my response and thoughts are that it sounds like a good idea to get a better idea of what's actually happening in our schools currently, because I know we've spoken before, cursive instruction is happening and not happening in different ways. So I think really having a handle on what is currently occurring. I'm very data oriented, so I think, again, kind of looking at what's happening in the data in those schools and classrooms to see what kind of correlations do we even find in our own district when we look, closely. And then, yeah, continue that conversation and pursue, the best work we can do for our students.
No, thank you. I mean, I don't know if you want to add in or anyone else. One of the things that I would add is that it really shows an increase of academic performance in the study that was done in 2020. And then there's another study, and that was across the board. So I know you guys were talking about students with dyslexia specifically, but it does seem to say in this digital age of learners, when they have to learn how to write their own notes versus typing them, there is a memory coordination that they're finding highly effective. So I thought it was fascinating. I didn't spend a lot of time on it. I figured you guys are the subject matter experts, but yeah, I would appreciate some follow-up on that if that would be something. I don't know if the whole board would be interested in that, but I'd still like to know more. I think we'd all be interested.
I think that add that at 19. That would be great. Thank you all so much. I just want to recognize your sacrifice of time to be here to answer our questions and everything. So please know that that's acknowledged, and we really appreciate you all being here. So have a great night. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, that moves us to administrative policy updates for the month of November 2025. Does anyone have any questions or comments? That leads us to presentations. Annual monitoring report for ENDS 1.1 knowledge and skills. Superintendent Haber?
Would Jolynn Patterson and Tracy Killingsworth come on up?
So it'll be
Or,
Jolynn.
I'm not sure.
And
Jolynn?
then, I have some other individuals.
Okay.
Tonight, Dr. Field is usually very heavily involved in the report with me, but she's out ill. So I have 2 starring roles tonight, so I'll be reading her part as well as we walk through this. So we will get started tonight at your seats. Well, now that you did the seat shuffle, let me know if we need some more. I left you all an annotated version of the district performance framework, as well as the 25 district performance framework, and a paper copy of tonight's report because it's extensive. So we are going to get started, and then I will have several teammates that'll be helping me along the way tonight. We are pleased to be presenting the annual E1.1 monitoring report. The report reflects the board's charge of monitoring the global end statement that all students will have the knowledge and skills and character necessary for successful transition to the next level upon graduation and be fully prepared for success. Our teachers, principals, and the learning services team continue to work extremely hard and focus on growth and achievement of all students in all content areas by meeting or exceeding the Colorado academic standards. We are very proud, this was shared earlier, that we've been accredited with distinction for 15 years. Normally we'd switch to Jolynn now. No. So tonight we will share highlights and information from the E11 report, including methodology and interpretation of the indicators, as well as Mr. Mather and Mrs. Tate will share additional information as we walk through the report. We will provide the page numbers for each section so you can easily follow along. Before we move to the report, I want to share information regarding the district performance framework. Tonight, I provided each of you with a copy of the DPF. Historically, districts and our schools receive a framework yearly from the Colorado Department of Education. During our E11 report tonight, we will reference the district's performance on the DPF, which is developed from CMAS, which stands for the Colorado Measures of Academic Success, PSAT, SAT, and post-secondary workforce readiness criteria. 3 performance indicators are used for the ratings. So on your DPF, these are the 3 big ones that sit on the front for the district level. So the 3 performance indicators that are determined are academic achievement, academic growth, and post-secondary workforce readiness. I want you to know that post-secondary workforce readiness only shows up in our high schools. So that's a unique criteria for them. Information regarding the cut points and scoring of the DPF by reporting year can be found in Appendix A of this report. You will notice each has a unique set of cut points. Tonight we'll be referring to 2025. So this looks at all the data and information from last year's school year. So when you think fall of 24 to spring of 25, and in spring of 25, we took our CMAS test, and that's where a lot of the data comes from. Couple things to keep in mind at the elementary and middle level. Growth accounts for 60% of our score on the DPF, and achievement accounts for 40% of our score. At the high school level, achievement is worth 30% of the scores, growth 40%, and post-secondary workforce readiness at 30%. We also need to remember that in 2022, and you'll notice this in the report, that growth data was limited due to the every other grade level testing in 2021 due to COVID. So we had very unique testing years that year. In 2021, the E1.1 report began including MAP growth as a local data at the board's request. We have continued to provide this data yearly. However, this data is provided for additional information. It is not used in calculations for this monitoring report. And we give the math growth assessment 2 to 3 times a year. Kindergarten through 8th grade does it 3 times a year, and our high schools administer that assessment twice a year. As we walk through this report, it's important to note what MAP growth and CMAS are assessing. The MAP growth assessment is aligned to the Colorado academic standards. This assessment provides teachers with the students' instructional level. So where are kids ready to learn? Which is different than CMAS. CMAS provides performance levels, identifying what grade level standards students have mastered. MAP Growth completed a linking study that provides us with predictive data for CMAS performance, including PSAT, SAT. And I want you to know, prior to MAP Growth just changed their norms, so we're updating visualizations right now. But prior to that, we had local visualizations that we built looking at those correlations. So we were able to prove internally. I can see Tacey shaking her head because she was in learning services with me at that point when we were doing a lot of that work. And so we were able to verify that. So now we are going to begin on page 2 of the report. ENDS 1.1 knowledge and skills, reasonable progress for this indicator is accomplished by meeting at least 8 of the 10 indicators. I will begin with the first indicator. The indicator is measured by the overall rating of the district performance framework. The standard or expectation for meeting this indicator is the same as the state expectation of accredited or accredited with distinction. Academy District 20 was accredited with distinction. This result meets the standard for the indicator. Indicator 2, academic achievement, measures how students performed on the assessment in the given year. The district met the Colorado expectations for academic achievement. The result meets the standard for the indicator. Indicator 3, academic growth, measures how individual students performed from 24 to 25. The district met the Colorado expectations for academic growth. The result meets the standard for the indicator. We're going to now move to page 3. Indicator 4, post-secondary workforce readiness, measures SAT scores, dropout rates, matriculation rates, and graduation rates for high school students. The district met the Colorado expectations for post-secondary workforce readiness. The result meets the standard for the indicator. Indicator 5, achievement in ELA and math, or English language arts. Successful progress toward academic standards in grades 3 through 11 are indicated by CMAS, PSAT, and SAT results in English language arts and math. The result meets the standard for the indicator. We're now moving to page 5. Indicator 6, growth in ELA and math. Successful progress toward annual growth at the elementary and middle school levels are indicated by CMAS, PSAT, SAT, performance results in English language arts and math. The result meets the standard for the indicator. Moving to page 6. Indicator 7, successful preparation for high school graduation and college is indicated by the Colorado SAT mean scale score as determined by the district performance framework. The result meets the standard for the indicator. Indicator 8, success is indicated by graduation rates measured by the DPF. Note that the most recent data that is available for this is the previous school year. So for our graduation rate, they're looking at the 24 graduates. Based on the standards below, the result meets the standard for the indicator. Next, Ms. Kendra Tate. The Director for College and Career Services will be sharing information regarding college and career readiness in indicators 9 through 10 with you tonight, beginning on page 6.
Indicator 9. ICAP Individual Career and Academic Plan is a multi-year process that intentionally guides students and families in the exploration of career, academic, and post-secondary opportunities. With the support of adults, students develop the awareness, knowledge, and attitudes and skills to create their own meaningful and powerful pathway toward post-secondary and workforce readiness, PWR. The state of Colorado requires ICAP grades 9 through 12. District 20 offers a robust ICAP program that goes beyond the required grade levels, beginning in 6th grade. In compliance with state requirements, students are given opportunities to participate in and track progress on the following through D20's ICAP program. Interest surveys focusing on career and college exploration. Establish written post-secondary and workforce SMART goals, specific, measurable, attainable, relevant, and timely. Intermediate benchmarks and data reflecting progress toward established goals. Activities with special connections between school-based instruction and the world of work. An intentional planning of students' sequencing of courses and programs that reflect progress toward their post-secondary goals. College applications, resume development, and alternative work-based applications, and understanding of financial literacy for life after high school. D20 schools primarily use the Naviance College and Career Readiness platform to both deliver and manage students' ICAP work. Then in 2023 to 2024 school year, the district moved to a new platform, the College and Career Navigator, which offers better data reporting, K-12 college and career exploration curriculum, and work-based learning support. Indicator 9's goal is to have 95% or greater of students actively engaged with the ICAP process. The middle school grades 6 through 8 did meet the goal with 96% respectively, participation for the 24-25 school year. Regarding the high school grade levels, they did not meet the goal with an 86% participation across the grade levels of 9 through 12 respectively. This past year, we saw a 1% decrease in participation. Since ICAP is a process and the new D20 Navigator consists of more expansive exploration opportunities during the student ICAP process, a determined set of measurable content was not established to clearly define a completed ICAP. At the start of the 2025-2026 school year, College and Career Services Concurrent Enrollment Coordinator established a committee consisting of middle school and high school ICAP leads to clearly define a completed ICAP within the D20 College and Career Navigator platform. This agreed upon ICAP definition will result in meeting the 95% or greater high school 9 through 12 goal. Moving to page 7.
I have a quick question.
Oh, sure.
I just thought of it, so I'm sorry I didn't.
No, you're fine.
I didn't give it to you prior. I'm just curious, when does a freshman coming in, when do they start their ICAP? Like, there's not a class.
No, very good question. So they work with the counselor. The counselors usually push into many of the classrooms they'll establish, maybe it's the English class or so on. And so they set up to start taking them through the ICAP. And the way it progresses from 9th through 12th grade is they start with like small interest surveys. And so it builds from that point forward. Because, as you think about a resume development, yes, you can start that in 9th grade, but it's better off, as you approach more your 11th and 12th grade. So it starts early on working with the counselors inside of the classrooms. And the D20 Navigator is available, of course, for students at all times at home with parents, and we actually encourage for parents to be able to have that conversation with their students by having access inside the D20 Navigator to look at it at any time and the interests that their students are sharing and the things that they favored.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that.
Thank you. Indicator 12. In addition to key academic indicators as mentioned previously in this report and in alignment with this.
Sorry.
10. Indicator 10. My apologies. In addition to key academic indicators as mentioned previously in this report and in alignment with the student ICAP process, students are college and career ready upon graduation are those who also have developed technical skills, 21st century employability and leadership skills, and have had relevant real-world experiences. In alignment with state and federal frameworks, this indicator consists of multiple pertinent measures which give a snapshot of graduating seniors who are college and career ready beyond meeting graduation requirements. The data represented the 2025 graduated senior class, which consisted of 1,756 students. The goal is that the district high school will meet or exceed 5 percentage points 4 out of the 5 baseline data sets established in 2021 for each of the college and career indicators. CTE pathway. The percentage of graduated seniors who have completed a sequence at least 2 years or equivalent, concentrator or completion status of courses within a career and technical education pathway or program. 35.2%, an increase from 30.2%, but below the 60.2 baseline. Reasons for this are outlined in the report on page 8. Work-based learning experience, the percentage of graduated seniors who have successfully completed a work-based learning experience as defined in the Colorado Department of Education's work-based learning continuum. Clinical experiences, credit for work experiences, internships, pre-apprenticeships, industry sponsors projects, supervised entrepreneurial experiences, apprenticeships, and on-the-job training. 20.5% increase from 15.4% and above baseline of 7.9%. Industry certification. The percentage of graduated seniors who have earned an industry or business recognized certification or credential as listed on the Colorado Department of Higher Education list and the Career Development Incentive Program. 11.7% increase from 10% and above the baseline of 3.7%. College credit. The percentage of graduated seniors who have successfully taken at least one college course earning a C- or higher. 41.3% increase from 32% and above the baseline of 21.2%. AP IB test. The percentage of graduated seniors who have scored at least a 3 or higher on at least one advanced placement test or those graduating students who have scored at least a 4 or higher on at least one international baccalaureate test. Refer to Appendix C for assistance with interpretation. 43.2% increase from 40.9% and above the baseline of 38.9%. Indicator 10 was met as outlined above. The outcomes noted in this data are intertwined with students' ICAP goals. As we continue to refine our ICAP program and systems around these 5 measures, students and parents will further engage and take advantage of these opportunities afforded to them. Statement of reasonable progress, 9 out of 10 indicators meet the standards and achieved as interpreted. Any questions regarding that section? Okay. I will now turn the presentation over to Zach Mather, Chief Information Officer, who will lead us through E1.1.1.
Thank you, Kendra, and good evening. Please continue to page 9 in your packet. E111 was updated in 2021 to align with students' proficiency of tools, techniques, and technologies with the continued implementation of the district digital resource philosophy, which states, digital resources should be used to enrich learning, promote student achievement, and advance students towards deep, authentic learning in a healthy, balanced, and safe digital environment that is representative of the ever-changing, digitized modern world. For a reference, a link to the complete digital resource philosophy and belief statements is included in the electronic board packet. The first indicator of E111 is measured by ensuring all students have access to digital tools to support their learning. The 2021 to 22 school year served as the baseline year for the district's implementation of the 1-to-1 district provided device program for students in grades 3 through 12 and a 3-to-1 iPad ratio for students in kindergarten through 2nd grade. Moving to page 10, ongoing district investments in student devices are reflected in graph 1, which illustrates that each student in grades 3 through 12 has access to a Windows laptop. Device inventory exceeds enrollment numbers to accommodate fluctuations in student enrollment and device repairs. Graph 2 shows data for iPad to student ratio in kindergarten through 2nd grade. During the 2019 replenishment program evaluation, input from building administrators led to the adoption of a 3-to-1 iPad ratio, a recommendation supported by elementary principals. Some schools have further improved their ratios to 2-to-1 or even 1-to-1 through additional device purchases. Based on the data, the district meets the standard for this indicator. Every year, we have some students who choose to bring their own device, or BYOD, as those numbers fluctuate from year to year. These are largely due to online students at Village High School. Many parents appreciate the affordability and reliability of district-maintained devices, and teachers value the streamlined instructional experience when all students use standardized equipment. Access to on-demand devices has also increased instructional time by eliminating delays associated with sharing devices or transitioning to computer labs. Students can now fully engage in lessons and leverage digital tools for enhanced learning outcomes. One example of the impact on teaching and learning when every student has a device can be seen at Village Middle School. During school orientation, all Village Middle School students are trained on how to use AI as a thought partner instead of having AI do work for them. Students learn how to write effective prompts and are given access to tools in Magic School AI, our district-wide enterprise AI platform. Magic School AI has a K-12 focus and gives teachers full transparency into what students are typing and what the chatbot is answering. When students need just-in-time tutoring support as they are learning new concepts, they can turn to the chatbot to ask for help if a teacher is busy helping others. For example, they can ask for a concept to be explained in a different way or get feedback on their work. Having access to a device, along with training on how to best use it for learning, is crucial when students are learning at their own pace. The second indicator of E111 ensures all students have access to district-funded tools and technologies. The district provides funding and robust support for 2 primary learning management systems, Seesaw for pre-K through grade 2, and Schoology for all other grades. Additionally, all staff and students have access to Microsoft Office Suite and Google Workspace for Education. Professional learning opportunities, detailed in Appendix D on page 25, have been offered to staff throughout the 24-25 school year to support effective use of these platforms. All right, moving back to page 11, graph 3 represents the number of unique Schoology users for staff, students, and parents. The trend remains consistent over the past 5 years at an average of over 17,000 student logins per month. The login trend is indicative that Schoology is being utilized consistently. Graph 4 on page 12 illustrates usage trends for Seesaw. The 2024-25 school year was the second year that the district paid for Seesaw access for all pre-K through 2nd grade classrooms. The goal is to provide additional support and professional learning opportunities to continue to increase the usage of Seesaw for our youngest learners. Feedback indicates that families value the consistency and streamlined workflows these platforms offer. Additionally, the menu of options has grown dramatically over the past few years due to the demand for integrated applications and curriculum, highlighting the importance of single sign-on for access. The use of anytime, anywhere digital access to the learning environment has become a cultural norm in the district. Graph 5 on page 12 highlights the utilization of Microsoft Teams, which varies based on needs, but continues to support activities such as virtual parent-teacher conferences, professional learning, and board meetings. These tools have enhanced the learning environment in our ever-changing digitized modern world. Statement of reasonable progress for E111. 2 of the 2 indicators met the standards and align with the district digital resource philosophy's 3rd belief statement, which reads, "We believe safe, fair, and equitable access to digital resources is paramount, and that technology and digital resources should be supported by appropriate investment in equipment and infrastructure to ensure equitable access to current tools and resources for all, and provide a robust suite of appropriate digital resources to support timely access to learning. As a result, the end is achieved as interpreted." Ms. Patterson, you can continue.
I have a quick question, if I
Sure.
may. I'm sorry again. Just came up when you were talking. Technology advances so quickly, right? So I'm just curious, are you still happy with our current choice of technology devices, equipment for our students? Or is there something that's come up that you might feel would be better?
So that's a very good question. We're actually going to be having a DTEC starting in January to address that. It's been 5 years since we've done this program and really kind of ask those questions to our various stakeholders to say, hey, what's working, what's not, what can we improve? What are things that we should be focusing on as we go forward? Because you're right, a lot has changed even since COVID in terms of what technology is useful or what we should be looking at in the future. So, yep.
Wonderful. Thank you. I appreciate that.
All right, so we will continue with E1.1.2, Policy Provision Statement. E1.1.2 states that students will be proficient in critical and innovative thinking. Reasonable progress is accomplished by meeting the indicator. Indicator 1, proficiency in critical thinking in grades 3 through 11, is indicated by applicable ELA standards at the elementary, middle, and high school levels. The standard applicable to critical thinking is English Language Arts Standard 4, focused on research and reasoning. For CMAS, district students will meet or exceed the state expectation cut points as reported in the DPF, and students will meet or exceed in English Language Arts. Please refer to Appendix E on page 29, which provides evidence of curricular clubs and activities being offered at various schools across the district. So that's a data point that we've collected over the years and shared out during this report. Statement of reasonable progress, the district met the indicator, therefore the end is achieved as interpreted. So next, Dr. Field loves this part because she gets to tell you stories about schools. So I'm going to tell you some school stories now. So this story comes from Eagle View Middle School, and Dr. Amelia Tremillos, which tonight was exciting. We saw her. I was like, oh, I know her, but I didn't know her yet. So now I know her. A language arts teacher at Eagle View Middle School and a member of the D20 AI Educators Fall cohort helped her students connect with science standards in her classroom as they applied the scientific method to evaluating bias in artificial intelligence. Students engaged with Google's Teachable Machine, an online AI model, to test their hypothesis about whether users can trust generative AI tools. It's also an English arts test. They taught the AI model to distinguish between images of fruits and vegetables, then tested the model to determine if the generated biased information based on how they trained it. For example, if the only apple used in training was red, did the AI model know how to identify a green apple? Students learn generative AI is biased based on the data it is trained on and is limited or reflects the bias of the humans who train it. Across our schools, there are many stories like this where students are applying critical thinking skills as they learn about emerging technologies like generative AI. I feel like I'm saying that wrong, but I think that's right. Okay,
You're doing great.
In my
You're doing
head,
great.
it was not sounding good. Okay, we will move on to page 15. Policy Provision Statement E1.1.3 states students will be proficient in problem solving. Reasonable progress is accomplished by meeting one of the indicators below. Indicator 1, proficiency in problem solving in grades 3 through 11 is indicated by applicable math standards at the elementary, middle, and high school levels. The result meets the standard for the indicator. I will now share a story about problem solving at the Da Vinci Academy, which is one of our elementary schools. Fourth grade students at the Da Vinci Academy applied collaborative problem-solving skills during a STEAM elective class. Students teamed up with partners as they built and programmed Lego Spike robots. Pairs of students built battery-powered cars and river ferry boats and programmed them to perform specific functions. Students had to problem solve throughout the process of building the robots alongside a partner, and then once they had an accurate build, they then worked together to code the robot to move, make sounds, avoid obstacles, and light up. We are going to move to page 17. Policy Provision Statement E1.1.4. And for the audience who's scared, I've had this cough for almost 2 months. So we're working on getting rid of that. Students will be proficient in appropriate, creative, and effective communication. Indicator 1, proficiency is appropriate, creative, and effective communication in grades 3 through 11 is indicated by CMAS English Language Arts standards at the elementary, middle, and high school level. The standards applicable to appropriate, creative, and effective communication include the CMAS English Language Arts standards 2 and 3. Based on the standards, the result meets the standard for the indicator. Page 18. Indicator 2, proficiency in appropriate, creative, and effective communications in grade 3 through 11 is indicated by CMAS math standards at the elementary, middle, and high school levels. Based on the standard, the result meets the standard for the indicator. Again, curricular clubs and activities are represented in Appendix E on page 29 to provide evidence of these clubs and activities being offered at various schools across the district. Okay, statement of reasonable progress. 2 out of 2 indicators meet the standards. The end is achieved as it interpreted. I will now share a story from Pine Creek High School. The example I'm sharing is from Pine Creek High School Graphic Design 1 class. When we think of communication, we often think of written or verbal communication, but Pine Creek students are demonstrating that visual communication is an important skill. Sorry about that. Students were asked with creating an original screen point style movie poster using Adobe Photoshop. They were limited to a set of parameters, and the poster was expected to communicate the genre of the movie through original graphics and choice of colors. The goal is for viewers to be able to look at the movie poster and know exactly what kind of movie it is through visual communication. So in a second, we'll pause for questions. One person that I want to thank, the Learning Services lead team, because they do a lot of work to support this work. And then Diana Fricke, our Director of Innovation Services, and her team helped collect a lot of our stories for night and helped the clerk be the clerk. She was the clerk for the clerk. No. So I just want to make sure that this team works together, and without all of us working in a collaborative effort, we aren't able to serve the district as well. So I don't want to be remiss and not thank the rest of my team.
Thank you. That was great. Are there any questions?
I have some questions.
Yes, Director Tripp.
So in our current era, adults are not doing a great job of modeling effective civil communication. When we look at this standard, the exchange of thoughts, messages, and information, appropriate, effective. I know as the data gatherer, you don't necessarily cover this, but how are we helping kids speak in person with one another? Because we get that in the workforce where they don't know how to have actual conversations. And also just addressing the poor adult modeling and teaching kids the way it's really supposed to be. I'm just curious how we kind of are working on that.
I'm pulling in reinforcements.
So one of the areas that we do really focus on, starting even in kindergarten all the way through, is that like interpersonal communication. And when we talk about strong instructional strategies, we use a lot of Kagan structures, which supports our students in that collaborative learning. And so, you know, the teachers are teaching, but the students are always being given opportunities to talk to one another in class, often at the beginning using sentence frames, right, that teachers are providing so that they can learn how to speak respectfully to one another, even when there are moments of discourse. So like, I hear you, and I might think this, for example. And so it's something that we're just constantly training our kids starting from kindergarten on. Does that answer your question, Holly?
Yeah, in particularly, I think kids do a better job talking to each other middle school and under, and they kind of start fragmenting in high school.
They start texting.
Yeah, exactly. They start replacing that interpersonal communication. So I don't know if we're creatively working on that. It's a culture question in a sense.
I can't speak to all classrooms, but I know when I'm visiting classrooms, even in our high schools and our middle schools, there are lots of opportunities to discuss what they're learning, collaborate with their peers. So I would say yes.
Great.
Unofficially, right? Because I'm not everywhere.
Right. Yeah. Thank you. And then I had a question about some of the data in Appendix F. We have, you know, a lot of things showing the CMAS achievements and growths and things.
The subgroups.
And our subgroups, right? And so I noticed that our free reduced lunch kiddo are constantly the one that's not quite at meets, right? Or not exceeding, just as a subgroup. Are there things that we can specifically do for that subgroup that would help kind of bump them up?
Jennifer. Yes, and I'm going to have Jennifer Duarte. It's good to work in a team. Jennifer Duarte, who is our Director of Special Population, so the free and reduced lunch students are an area that she supports. So I asked her to share some thoughts.
Good evening, everyone. So there are multiple evidence-based strategies to support students who qualify for free and reduced lunch. Our district has implemented and continues to strengthen several of those key initiatives, like the multi-tiered system of support, targeted academic interventions, social emotional learning programs, access to nutritious breakfast and lunch is an element, and a strong emphasis on high quality first instruction. But looking ahead, Additional areas for exploration include addressing chronic absenteeism, enhancing parent and family engagement, and building community partnerships. And the district strategic plan already prioritizes reducing chronic absenteeism and includes a root cause analysis to guide this work. And so as we deepen our understanding, we may find that absenteeism among free and reduced lunch is a critical area for targeted support. So I would anticipate having more information around that on ways that we can expand beyond the supports that we're already providing to students.
Is there a way that we can support parents to support those kids better? Because I know what happens at home can really make a difference too.
Absolutely. And so parent and family engagement is a critical part of that, and helping them to understand the importance of attendance and how that can impact their student, and then ways that we can help maybe reduce barriers so that we do see those students in school more frequently. Absolutely. That's really important.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Nope. Thank you so much. We really appreciate it. Hang in there.
Oh, I'm on my second round of antibiotics. Hopefully, we're going to get it. Thank you.
All right, so the monitoring report evaluation. The first 4 questions go over the current monitoring report. Is the superintendent's interpretation of the policy reasonable? Is there sufficient evidence to determine compliance for each section? Are all sections in compliance? Recognition of exemplary performance or concerns regarding performance. Okay, and so in preparation for the next reporting cycle going forward, would you like to see any additional or different evidence, or should any part of this policy be changed in the next monitoring report cycle? This is a great time to discuss if you have thoughts. We have new board members, and so I'm trying to help you through some of this and times to talk. So if there are things.
So I think kind of following what Susan and I were both asking about some of the behavioral things earlier, we want to dive deeper into that, but I think you said that was later in the day.
Yes, but you could also say it here too, if it pertains to this report.
I think it pertain to other reports.
Okay, okay,
Yeah.
very good. All right, very good. Do you see evidence which is extraneous or no longer necessary? No. All right, thank you. Mr. Belcher, how many people have signed up to speak during public comment section 1?
We have 1 speaker.
The board welcomes public comment on issues related to the operation and conduct of district schools in accordance with board governance policy GP 4.4. For members of the public who have registered to comment at tonight's meeting, the board has reserved 2 public comment sections. The first public comment section is for individuals who are speaking on specific agenda items and ASD 20 students. ASD 20 students will be called up first, after which individuals will be called in the order that they appear on the sign-up sheet. The second public comment section is for individuals who wish to speak on a general topic not on the agenda. Individuals will be called in the order that they appear on the sign-up sheet. Each individual speaker will be limited to 2 minutes of comment. Individual speakers may not cede their time to other speakers. Please keep in mind that students often attend board meetings. Speakers' remarks therefore should be suitable for an audience that includes kindergarten through 12th grade students. Out of respect for all speakers, please refrain from cheering, clapping, snapping, or speaking out during public comment. The board president will recognize each speaker and may interrupt, warn, or terminate a speaker's statement that is unrelated to the operations or conduct of the school district, or disruptive to an orderly, civil, and productive meeting. Examples of comments that may be disruptive to an orderly, civil, and productive meeting include obscenities or profanities, comments that can constitute harassment on the basis of 1 or more protected classes and/or personal attacks against any individual that exceed permissible criticism of school operations or personnel in their professional capacity. Finally, as a reminder to all present, the board and staff generally do not respond to public comment. This is our opportunity to hear from students, parents, and patrons. The board may discuss public comments later in the agenda or on future agendas.
Our sole speaker for this section is Katie Chukis.
Okay, my name is Catherine Chukas. I live in the district. I'm an Air Academy High School parent. I'm the SAC parent co-chair. I have comments about item 13D about new high school courses. Again, as a current high school parent, I have a lot of perspective about high school science and all the AP science classes that my kids have taken in the past 3 years, and everyone in our family has opinions about the most challenging AP science course. And I really encourage the variety of science classes like those outlined. However, the curriculum associated with pre-AP science cost a significant amount of money. To make this clear, District 20 pays for this curriculum, not parents. It's only parents who pay the test fees for the May tests. Please consider using precious discretionary funds the district has to ensure that we're not punishing financially any high school site from offering AP and pre-AP courses. I know many of you have not been on the board very long, and you probably didn't attend board meetings before you were elected. But I want you to recall a very sad day in this boardroom back in 2023, when the principal of Rampart High School had to come in and discuss the fact that the International Baccalaureate Diploma program was ending, primarily because it could no longer be funded out of Rampart's budget. There was no discussion of better distribution of curriculum funding to keep it going. It was just a burden on that site, so it was closed. The world-class International Baccalaureate Diploma is challenging. It has rigorous requirements for both Rampart staff and Rampart students. They lived up to them, but the financial commitments were too challenging and the program ended. And I'd hate that with all of the challenges Pine Creek High School is facing as they grow, that they will not have the money to be an advanced placement site. Maybe the cost is only $60,000 or maybe it's more, but I urge this board to not use discretionary funding for legal fees any longer. I just read an article today saying the district is paying $60,000 to cover legal fees based on a lawsuit it got into.
Thank you. Your time is up. Thank you. Your time is up. All right, there are no decision items scheduled for this meeting. Mr. Belcher, how many people have signed up to speak during public comment section 2?
We have 5 speakers.
The board president will recognize each speaker, and consistent with GP 4.4, comments will be curtailed if remarks or behavior becomes inappropriate. The board president may interrupt, warn, or terminate speaker's statement that is unrelated to the business and school district, inappropriate for K-12 students, or disruptive to an orderly, civil, and productive meeting. Thank you for your cooperation.
Our first speaker is Veronica Baker, followed by Emily Vaughn.
Tonight, I'd like to share some important concerns regarding the District 20 Transition Program, which serves eligible students with IEP services after they complete their senior year. This program is meant to prepare 18 and 20 through 21-year-old students for life and meaningful work, something I care deeply about as I have a junior who will soon be eligible. As I've researched the program and reached out to families currently involved, I've become increasingly concerned by what I'm hearing. Project Searchlight is a wonderful one-year program that partners with UC Health to provide job skills training. Students love this program, but when they graduate, they are struggling to find employment afterwards. They are competing on public job platforms like Indeed against peers without disabilities for living wage jobs. It's an admirable theory, but in reality, many of these students still need ongoing supports that simply aren't available due to limited funding and staffing to secure employment. Another transitions option, the Bridges program, is experiencing similar challenges. Building level administrative decisions combined with staff shortages and inadequate funding have resulted in a program that does not reflect the high quality reputation we associate with District 20. After years of fostering inclusive opportunities like you heard about tonight with the Art Club program, too many of these transition age students are now placed in settings that feel far more restrictive. Students are often unable to access the community regularly or develop job skills in real-world environments. And I know program directors are advocating for more outings and work experiences, but their efforts are limited by the resources they have. As a parent, it is difficult to reconcile these financial realities with the significant district spending on legal matters, whether related to ongoing lawsuits or the recent payout for separation of professional counsel. When our students' futures are at stake, it is painful to see funding directed away from the supports that could genuinely change their lives. Please take a look at our transition program. Listen to families who rely on it.
Our next speaker is Emily Vaughn, followed by William Sawvell.
Good evening. I'm here to say what many of this community already know.
Academy District 20 is in full-blown governance crisis, and it starts at the top. It is documented fact that the board president, Amy Shandy, previously settled a fraud lawsuit. It is another documented fact that she, acting entirely alone, negotiated and signed a $525,000 separation agreement with the district general counsel, Tanya Thompson. No public vote, no board authorization, no agenda item. Just one person committing over $500,000 taxpayer dollars behind closed doors. Under Carver policy governance, no individual board member, including the president, has the authority to act for this district. Under administrative policy CC, board authority flows only through the superintendent, not through the board president acting unilaterally. Oddly enough, Ginger's name is nowhere to be found on the separation agreement. Under policy CHB, any action taken without policy governance must be reported to the full board at its next meeting. That never happened. And before I go further, I want to acknowledge the 3 newly elected board members. Tonight is your first meeting, and this is the reality you've just walked into. I want to speak directly to Susan and Holly. Your board president has a history of financial fraud allegations and who unilaterally spent $500,000 she had no authority to commit to, and your other 2 members have faced public documented allegations of predatory misconduct against women and children. Your names are now attached to theirs, and your entire reputations are on the line. Failure to address this gross misconduct will be your maiden voyage on this rapidly sinking ship. This is a public trust disaster, and this community will not accept leadership that treats policy as optional. Thank you.
Our next speaker is William Sawvell, followed by Brett Dayberry.
Good evening. I speak these words on behalf of no one and fearless of anyone's consent or condemnation but God's. Eddie, congratulations on your victory. It's much deserved and necessary for common sense at this time. But I also present a warning. I suspect you've already heard a commonly tainted version of Esther 4:14, that you were born for such a time as this. However, there was a preceding condition that's often ignored. If you remain completely silent at this time, relief and deliverance will arise for the Jews from another place, but you and your father's house will perish. You are about to embark on a difficult path and experience an immense pressure like never before. Sadly, not just from one side, but also from ones claiming to stand beside you, but who move only when there is personal gain. I encourage you, as I have so many others, to remember this in your task. Guard yourself from dishonesty and deception, which will come from ideologues, administrators, deviously crafted committees, also from peers and so-called advocates or accountability groups. Always research for yourself to find the truth that is necessary to accomplish the task you've been elected for. Protect and educate the children in the ways of the Lord. Thank you.
Our next commenter intends to read from a book labeled as young adult content and has followed the process outlined in GP 4.4 and the public comment sign-up form. The book is titled Almost Perfect and is located in Rampart High School's library. Before this comment begins, we want to allow students or those who do not wish to hear potentially adult or sensitive content the opportunity to turn off the stream or leave the room at this time. Our next commenter is Brett Dayberry, and I will give you a signal when we have waited approximately 30 seconds for those wishing to leave.
2 years ago, I stood up here to read from a library
Wait,
book.
he needs to give you the signal. Just one
We're going to
second.
wait 30 seconds. We're at 16 seconds. Sorry.
Thank you.
We are good to go.
Thank you.
2 years ago, I stood up here to read from a library book entitled Almost Perfect. At that meeting, I was illegally and forcefully removed. 2 months ago, President Shandy made these remarks, quote, I think any book, any resource that belongs to D20, we should be proud of. And we should be able to read from these microphones. And if it's a problem, then maybe it doesn't belong in our district. Last month, policy GP 4.4, which changed to reflect our First Amendment right to read from books in the libraries. Finally, we are now able to audibly exemplify what truly vile books exist in our libraries.
After a 2-year battle, I'm here to finish my remarks. As I read, ask yourselves, is this a book we're proud of, and does it belong in our district? Page 100. Now my mental image of her naked body filled me with horror. Big hairy balls, an 8-inch cock, flat hairy chest and hairy back. And I had kissed her. No, not her, him. Page 290. I tried to get out of the car and the son of a bitch followed me. He fucking tackled me, then really started pounding on me. I kept begging for him to stop, but he just smiled and said he was gonna fuck me up the ass. Page 169. I want you to imagine that instead of a penis, you had some sort of deformed tentacle or a gaping, oozing sore. One must ask, is this a book that D20 is proud of?
Our final commenter is Bernadette Guthrie.
One. I'd like to begin by recognizing our newly seated board members. You now represent the entire community, including the very involved parents you ran against, who were subjected to harmful and false attacks during the campaign. Even if those messages came from outside groups, your campaigns benefited from them. Plausible deniability doesn't erase the damage. When you make a deal with the devil, you own the consequences. I urge you to reflect on that and to begin rebuilding trust through accountability and honesty. As the new board organizes, assignments matter. First, I am again requesting that Mr. Wilburn not be assigned to my children's schools. All children deserve to feel safe at school. Next, DAC. DAC is not a performative committee assignment. It is the backbone of oversight in Colorado education. Our DAC members take PTO, arrange childcare, and prepare extensively to ensure D20 remains aligned with law, fiscal responsibility, and improvement. At our most recent meeting this year, Amy Shandy left before the work began. This sends a message that the process and the people doing the heavy lifting aren't valued. D20 deserves a DAC board liaison who shows up wanting to learn and actually do the hard work. Finally, if Amy Shandy negotiated Tanya Thompson's separation agreement alone, committing over $500,000 of taxpayer funds, that would be a clear violation of Colorado's open meeting law. Board actions are required to be public and collective. The fact that this board doesn't bat an eye over settlements in the hundreds of thousands of dollars while simultaneously lamenting paying for mold remediation in classrooms certainly paints a picture of what the board priorities truly are. Thank you.
All right, I move that the Board of Education will convene an executive session pursuant to CRS 246402-4B for legal advice on specific legal questions from legal counsel representing the district. The particulars of this matter to be discussed in as much detail as possible without compromising the purpose for which the executive session is authorized is the board will be receiving legal advice on specific legal questions regarding the update, status, overview, and advice of current and active litigation against the district regarding special education, IDEA, Section 504, ADA matters. The Board of Education will also receive legal advice concerning legal strategy and risk management practices to resolve employment claims before they reach litigation. While in executive session, the board will not adopt any proposed policy, resolution, regulation, or take any formal action. Lastly, the Colorado Open Meetings Law does not require the board to make record of the executive session in which the attorney is present and providing legal advice. CRS 246402 D.52B.
I second the motion.
Roll call, please.
Vice President Payne,
Aye.
Director Tripp,
Aye.
Director Waldrop,
Aye.
President Shandy.
Aye. The executive session will be held in Superintendent Haberer's office, and invited to the executive session are myself, President Amy Shandy, Director Derek Wilburn, he will not be there, Director Susan Payne, Director Holly Tripp, Director Eddie Waldrop. Also invited are Superintendent Ginger Haberer, Miss Becky Allen, Mr. Cameron Smart, Mr. Mark Belcher, Dr. Belinda Lujan Lindsay, Miss Sarah Ricci, Mrs. Jaleesa Stewart, Dr. Becky Harris, Mrs. Tacey Killingsworth, Mr. John Stanek, and Miss Kristen Edgar. We will take a 10-minute break to reconvene in Superintendent Haber's office for executive session.
You get the sweater award. You really shine. Oh, you too.
Okay, we're tied.
All right, it is 9:47. We are back in the boardroom. Superintendent Haber, do you have any clarifications or next steps?
Except for the different suggestions that came up tonight, and I listed those out. So I'll follow up with like having a behavior report, and talking disruption, maybe doing that in a study session. And I didn't bring my notebook back down, but I've got them listed, so you guys can also share.
Okay. Not yet. Was our business this evening focused on activities that promote and honor our mission statement, our belief statements, and our global end statement that reminds us that all students will have the knowledge, skills, and character necessary for successful transition to the next level, and upon graduation will be fully prepared for success? Did the board hear information tonight that would require the review of a revision of a policy? Did the board hear information tonight that would require a new policy? Did the board hear information tonight that the board would like to include on a future agenda?
Yes.
Director Tripp.
So I appreciate all the pieces of information. They're kind of coming scattershot regarding disruptions in our schools. And I think it would be really useful to the board and also to our community to have kind of a centralized report and information session that kind of addresses, you know, frequency, the types, what we do about it, what the law says we can do about it, you know, what our recourses are, what our training looks like. So just all the different pieces, pulling it together so that not only the board, but our community members have an idea of what the status really is for that. It was the number one thing we heard when we were campaigning, and it's on top of everybody's mind. And so they want to know this information, and I think it would be useful, and it's just really important for us to understand. And then it will maybe highlight some things that we can change from a policy perspective or a support perspective or whatever. So I would like to see that happen. I know those kinds of reports, like getting a report on, you know, legally, what does this look like? Like, these things can take some time. So my recommendation would be for like a February meeting. I don't know what else we have scheduled, but doing that, you know, within.
Ms. Workman, will you notate that on my board of agenda setting for the next agenda Sunday meeting? And so I can figure all that out. Vice President Payne.
Just to summarize mine, I think it was just looking at some of our past meetings and tonight's meetings that there are some well-established cognitive literacy benefits of cursive instruction. And so I was just particularly like wondering where we are in developing those fine motor skills, understanding the neural connections, and thought that we could ask for like a short report, just a short report of what's happening across the district involving that, because what I'm hearing is some schools are using it and some are not. And I think it'd be something for us to consider what the benefits, there could be pros and cons, but if we could just get a short report and some summary findings.
Director Walter.
Yeah, just to follow up on that too, is cursive has been going not standard for a long time. So I'd like to see maybe how many of our educators, particularly our younger ones who come out of school, you know, they might not have been taught cursive themselves. So if we want to implement that, also just see how many people are familiar with that. And then a couple other things too with the disruptions. I'd like to see kind of how frequently those are happening, especially when we talk about room clearance and look at kind of opportunity costs for learning. Because if it's, one child with dysregulation and they're clearing the room, that's disrupting the, potential for education for other X amount of kids that are in the classroom. And if that's happening a certain amount of time, try to look at that in terms of like opportunity loss for education. The other thing I'd be interested in finding out a little bit, because I heard social emotional learning come up a couple of times today. I didn't know if we have a way to figure out what model was used. I know I talked with Dr. Fields a couple years back, and they're using the Yale model of social emotional learning. It's a very ideological based one. So I didn't know if we can get an update on what model is being used, amount of money that's being spent on it. And then I had a real hard time looking for evidence of efficacy for social emotional learning. Everything I've gone through, I haven't found anything that actually demonstrates in like a randomized controlled trial that actually provides benefit. And so if I could see kind of how much this costs, where this is just kind of get a sense of it, I would really appreciate that.
Superintendent Haber.
Yeah, I think another piece of that is how are we defining social emotional learning, right? Because sources of strength is we heard a testimonial today, and I've heard all of the kids talking about that. Is that it? Ruler, we have some different ones. So I think that's a great idea to really dive deeper and say, what are we using? What is the ideology behind it? And where I don't know, to measure it statistically, how the effect, but at least, to talk to kids, talk to teachers, and even get a better idea of what's being effective and what's not. I think that's a great idea.
Yeah, thank you.
Vice President Payne.
My addition to that, and this is just from past, as far as the sources of strength, if we could get a follow-up, I know they said they were implementing it in an elementary, and this came about in, I want to say around 2014 when it was implemented in Discovery Canyon. So at the state level, we had funds for it. That's part of why it was implemented, but there was some concerns about the fidelity of implementation at an elementary level. So I noticed that they said they were piloting it at an elementary, but I think it might be worth either a work session to understand more. If maybe that research has changed over the years, I don't know. But I do know that there was, when it was being looked at from the blueprints level, because it never rose to a blueprint level curriculum, but the fidelity at elementary was just not there. So, and I don't think it's the fidelity, it was the efficacy or something to that effect. So if we could look and have a work session of why at one elementary school, we would pursue that. And if there's maybe new evidence, I don't know. That's 10 years old from my knowledge.
Director Waldrop.
Yeah, and that's one of the things I was thinking about. As a psychologist, I look at a lot of these things. And of course, one of the things we have a problem in our field is the replication crisis. I'm not sure if you're familiar with that, but basically do a lot of studies, come out with the psychological findings, and then science works are supposed to be able to replicate it. And then they go through and try to replicate it, and like less than 50% or so of our findings have been shown to be solid or being able to be replicated. And along with that too, with this kind of thing, with this kind of thing like the social emotional learning programs, like I really love the idea of hearing what's actually being used, how well is it being used. But there's also things that influence the research, like demand characteristics. Sometimes people they enjoy the program, they have benefit because they're getting more attention because it's there too. So there's a lot of those things in terms of like teasing apart kind of research. We don't have to go into all those nuances, but that's what I appreciate, just getting a good look at those things. Yeah.
Okay. There are 9 people watching the live stream. This meeting is adjourned.